Sorry, I'm currently trying to find some video game music for Lows.
Good day to make the.
So, guys, today we're still going to be working on the we're going to still be working on some things here. Refresh this really quick. Hopefully, your chat pops up. There we go. So, we've been checking out octo trees as a form of storing these things, just because they're like linked lists that use I guess that use like an area. It's a way of essentially finding an object that's in an area. It's essentially a T map. It's probably, I'm way off, but it's like a T map that where its key is the like area. So we pass in an area and it'll essentially return us a list of objects that are in that area. So what we want to do now is essentially figure out where so this returns us a list of actors, but it doesn't necessarily do this in regards to like a location where we can plant these things at. So what I need to do is I need to essentially, when we go into build mode, or when we put this in our hands, we need to deproject and get this stuff too. But essentially, when we get this in our hands, when we start this logic here, we're going to want to build out a list of things. So we're going to want to get the manager grid here. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to, instead of get the building plots, we're going to want to construct building plots. So let's go ahead and make construct building plots. And what this is essentially going to do is it's going to go, we're going to get building plots. And instead of checking an area, we're just going to get all objects here. BP world, what is it? World build base. I don't want to do this. Essentially, like going back a little bit in time, we need to get these open spaces, and then after we've thrown them into a set, we need to go through each open space. We need to loop through each one. We're going to get our Nazareth pulling system subsystem here. Honestly, though, when we going to want to initialize an object. Let's promote this to a variable and just call this base build class. And it's funny because it always sounds funky to me to call it like base, because especially in this context where we're building a base almost, so it's like a little misleading, a little confusing, but you know, we kind of just have to stick it out. So we're gonna put this under BP build or world build base, and essentially what we're gonna do here, or actually we don't really necessarily need this. Cancel. In the event graph, we construct both of these, build plot, and we store them for the build plot. But that's not necessary because this is using in order to obtain these, we use actors. So they store them by an actor. If I wanted to go through and get a list of a certain actor, I can totally do that with the octa tree. So what that means is I don't necessarily need to have two. I could have one. And what this also means is that now I need to go into the BP and I need to go into our, where is it? Is it world? BP world build base. And we need to make a BP world build base building plot. Base plot. Because I never know honestly, I should call it plot base. Base plot. World build base. Because these plots are the areas that I'm just getting out of. Lord, dear Heavenly Father, please give me the mindset to cultivate the naming conventions of this to make it easily readable for anyone who could be trying to jump into code. Heavenly Father, give me the mindset that I need to proceed with today's goal, and that is to make a building system for the game. I also pray for those coming in here that you may be given the opportunity to speak, Lord, that so we can connect on a friendship level, and maybe as a couple of people in here that are Christians, Heavenly Father, to just grow us in fellowship. And as you say in the Bible, where there's two, you're there amongst us, right? So be here amongst us, Heavenly Father. In the name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth. Amen. And it's just the precious blood. It's the precious blood. It's not just blood, guys. It's the precious blood. You know? And we know it's precious because what it does for us in our lives. So this particular thing, we don't need this. We need a default scene root though. We don't need to worry about getting all this other stuff here. Check it out. We got all this stuff here. We don't need this stuff. We don't need all this stuff. And it stinks that I have to do this for each one. So right now we have our main build class that allows us to make checks on like open spaces around us. But this class doesn't really need anything. It might need something later, but for now, when it comes to like what I'm thinking, it doesn't really need anything. It's just there to hold a location. So, and since I don't, because normally you'd have to use like a box collision for this, right? World build. We're going So we're gonna initialize this. The spawn location is gonna be here. That's where it's spawning. Praise the Lord. I can't believe that worked out so well for me. I made this a while back and it worked. But yeah, we're gonna just spawn these things here when we get the building plots, right? It wants a spawn rotation, which is funny because it doesn't really need one. But we spawn these in, and now here's the real thing. When we out these, we get this present octo tree. We need to add or update, right? So we're gonna add and update the object. So we're gonna put this actor in, and essentially we're adding this to the octo tree. So when we're in that area, we can find. What's up, Amin? How's it going, brother? How you doing today, man? How you doing today, man? Always a blessing to see you in here, brother. I hope school was good. I hope everything's going well. We're working on building stuff today. So what we want to do here, guys, get rid of that, is we want to call construct building plots. Because when we start this logic, that's primarily what we want to do. And I need to make this a base, like just a base, like building object. Like base, build, base. Because the idea is that anytime we get this thing in our hand, I don't care what it is, this is what we're going to be using. Right? Like the primary functionality is that we want to construct these things. However, that's going to change depending. Still have exams in 10 days. Woo! Time flies by fast. Are you studying hard for those exams? I presume so. So we're going to call this B is not cloud. Is not cloud. So if it's not a cloud, and essentially what we're doing is, if we are not a cloud, like if we're not trying to expand the cloud, we don't need those things. So if building out the cloud, then set up the plot points. What is the exam for? English or just math? So boink is tracking placement. We get all these things. We set the player mode. I don't need to study that much. Tests already make you study, so you just got to revise a bit some stuff you forgot. True. That is true. So in the case here, we are going to be setting this as default is cloud. Just because, like, why not? You can always turn this off later. But in the case that it is a cloud, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we'll have to do wave function collapse later too, guys. We will, because we want the cloud to be nice. So like when you put it at the edge, it should know that based on like information that it has about itself. We'll have to put something on. We'll have to put something on it that lets it know like what it needs to do. Regardless, we've now made these building plots. I think we'll have to find that out. But since we've constructed the building plots, so we have this, and really, this doesn't need to go here. I think this doesn't need to go here. Copy. Oh, we get all objects, yeah. We're just getting all the objects. So, construct building plots. We'll just post this in here. We're just making some minor shifts in our code. So what do you need to revise, man? What are you trying to revise? What did you forget? Ooh, yada yada, yada yada, yada yada, yada yada, yada yada, yeah. But now that we have this, I don't think we necessarily need this. We're gonna put this down here for a bit, but we're gonna go ahead and throw in an area here. The only issue now is the class. So what we need to do is when we pass in a building plot, we need to know what type of class we're going to pass in for ourselves. So we're just going to do a BP, or I guess build actor, because these are all going to span off of the build actor. So we're going to do a soft class, or a class reference, I suppose. Honestly, when we come back and do this, we're going to have to do a lot of loading. But the general idea now is that when we pass in a class to get these building objects, we can now pick one. Right? So on event tick, eventually we could say like is cloud. If it's not, then we'll essentially shift what it is. But for now, let's do plot. I believe that's it. And why is it having an issue? Oh yeah, it's because this here is protected. We need to switch it to public. And that should fix our problem. Let's see what happens, guys. Let's go ahead. Give ourselves a cloud. So having this cloud is going to start the building process. Having the item in hand starts it. However, we're not seeing our debug here. So let's go ahead and I guess do this just to make sure everything's working accordingly. So we get all the stuff, we come in, we're dropping in here. Ah, si, senors. So let's go ahead and compile. And let us just do this for now. And now we have our handy dandy checker tool. And we're not returning anything. And I think it's because we need to actually like print that out. When we do that, we out the object, and then we'll say for each object, we're just gonna print its name. Because we need to check to see if we're even getting
You might think
this.
you need a team
I think
of
this
people
should
and
work
fancy tech
because
skills,
it's
but you don't.
not
You just
based
need
off of
GoDaddy Arrow.
our
I'm
collection.
Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I...
Okay, cool. We get it. So we're not getting anything. Well, let's go ahead and check out the construct building thing we got going on here. And this works. So we're gonna go ahead and run all these bad boys. what I really need to do is add a break here, remove the break here, click play, because that's way too much for your brother to go look through. I mean, it's true, it's added. Base plot, so that gets added. Let's go ahead and pause and we do have these plots being placed here. Right? All these are being placed here. The only issue though is that right, like we do have all these plots. They're all being placed in the right correct areas. So with that being said, when we come to get the building plots, we need to figure out, are we even getting any building plots in that area? Let's remove. I know they're making them now. The funny part here is that I could just go ahead, we're going to switch just to base, and I think this will work, but with the clouds that we already have. Remove, play. See, it works with the bases that with the stuff we already have. And you'll see those names posted up there at the top left, which indicates to me that this isn't as grand as I'd like it to be. It's something that kind of annoys me. Let's go on Twitter and gotta get the video URL. Shareable link. Posts. People are more interested in the littler things, but yeah, this indicates to me that there needs to be like a box collision of some sorts, or maybe it has to do with the bounds. Right? So I'm gonna try some box component, box collision, and I'm gonna check out the box collision on this bad boy. Not hell cloud. Open. we go to the viewport, select this, and add a box component. Box collision. $125, $125. What is that, 75? No, it's not. No, it's not up in a B. 40? What is this? It's 35. It's not 35. It's 38. Point is that we get everything else right. So this has got to go up like 30, or I guess like 35 maybe. $37. Yo, Mike Curry, how's it going, dude? Mr. Mike, how you been, brother? How's the programming, the web things? Thank you for stopping in today. I hope you're doing great. We're doing some work around here, man. Let's see here. I'm so happy you came here, man. I was praying for some fellowship and the Lord led you here today. You can even check on the stream, dude. You can go back in the stream a couple of minutes. I'll be there praying for some fellowship. Right now I'm making a building. It's going good, man. I'm happy to hear, dude. Praise the Lord. Yeah, like right now I'm working on a game jam project to update my portfolio. I'm working with a couple of people. I'm trying to make a building mechanic for this cloud game we're working on, where you build your cloud and you have to manage this village that you're growing on top of it. You have this view where you're building out stuff, and then you have the cloud view. You're gonna have to mind this the beginning glow, but essentially in this view you go around and you collect resources that you use at the base. But right now I'm just working on crafting or building, and we're using an octo tree for that. But actually, now that that's said, I'm gonna hop back into this. We need to switch this to the plot. How's your game going though, Mr. Curly? Yep. And now it works great because of the collision. So now it's about like activating some mesh there or a cloud there. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I'm going to be jumping back into Judah here soon. I worked on it a little bit too at the beginning of this month, I believe. Did some things with the object pulling system. I made a plugin for that, and I'm actually using that in this game right now, and it's become super helpful. But yeah, we need to do something to activate and essentially show like something Something, man. Something. We need to do something. With this, we do need the static mesh here. Slowly lately, I paused to catch up on some work during the nights, but I want to start back up on it. Game dev is super involved. I'm learning that way hard. The hard way. Or learning that the hard way. Yeah, it is very involved, man. Even the simplest of projects take thousands of hours to make. It's a very involved, very difficult thing because there's so many things that you don't account for when you're developing, and that's why a game designer is so useful, because they're there to think of those things as much as humanly possible. Except for like the little things of like programming, right? Like every subcategory of game development has their little things that those people are responsible of thinking about. But in regards to like the game and etc., like all that stuff, it's very essentially to save yourself from iteration hell. It's really good to have some foresight. If you haven't already, I highly recommend making some type of document for your game. Something you can refer to. You can give this document to other people to refer to, and it just makes the whole entire experience a lot more easier because you can always just refer to the document, right? Like I have my one pager, and you know, everybody in my game development or game jam team can look at these things and they can say, okay, what do I need to know about building? And they can find all that stuff here. Or the resources, they can find all that stuff here. The inventory, they can find that here. The UI, the villagers' needs, the NPCs, controls, camera, everything. Right? On top of that, I have like asset tables here for them. 3D and sound. There's a lot that goes into it, but no joke, makes me really appreciate what you guys do regularly. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. You appreciate me. But I will say you do develop a thick skin in regards to it. Like eventually you're just like, that's just a part of it. Like stuff like setbacks don't set you back mentally as much after you undergo it so many times. You're like, that's to be expected. It is to be expected. Wow, that's a little weird. I don't know if... Essentially, I've expanded that out. But what we want to do here, guys, is we want to set this on... visible. What is it? Visible? Visible and reflection. Visible. We want to set this off. And then... if there's on hover, on clicked, on makes a ton of sense. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. If you haven't done it already, you should totally do those documents. They're very useful for yourself and to other people who are involved in the project as well. So now they're not popping up anymore. But the idea is when I hover over these things, I want to essentially put them back into view, which is kind of hard because, you know, it's an on hover type of event. Which touch enter event when this actor has a finger moved over it with a clickable interface. They have like these begin events. What about this? On component. Let's see what happens. Print. Because if I can get a hold of like these events here, that'd be massive. I've never done like hovered. I've never done these cursor over events. Hovered, unhovered. We're just testing things out. I don't see like unhovered or hovered or anything. might want to start by in the held cloud here, or get the building plots. Might want to stop printing the name. When is the game jam deadline? It's a portfolio game jam, so we've been working on it for, this is our 3rd week working on it now. So over the course of the last several weeks, I've done a lot. We've actually accomplished a whole lot. Let me go ahead and pull up the actual game here. Sorry for all the thousands of the thousands of folders that I have. But if I go into builds here, let me just show you. So we've had 5 builds already. Last build I submitted, we had a couple of things worked out, but we're reiterating on the building aspect of this game right now. So 1, we have our standard, obviously this is a placeholder, our standard UI with our menu that allows us to quit the game. We could start the game, or if we wanted to, we could just go ahead and quit the game. So we have our wrapper pretty much in. There's a lot that we have to add to it, but these are just the foundational pieces. And we have an inventory system with the hotbar, so I can, click 1, 2, 3 to switch between my hotbars. I can mouse scroll wheel as well. We also have crafting, like a low-level form of crafting. This here will give me seeds, but I can't get those seeds. We also have resources. So the idea is that I need resources to make the seeds, to plant the seeds, to harvest the seeds, so on and so forth. So you go in your cloud. Doesn't look like a cloud right now, it's a square. But remember, we're just talking about like the foundational pieces. And you can see at the top right, I'm picking up all of these resources that I need. For the particular seed that I'm trying to create, I need 10 droplets, and I need 20 fungi. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get 20 fungi, 10 droplets. Lord have mercy, I can find them. If it really takes too long, I'll add them with cheats. Oh, there we go. And we can go ahead and we can exit out of the cloud view, press E, where now we have this plot that we can plant, and this plant will grow over time. We can harvest the plant, and now we have a berry. That's very cool. And we can submit these into a market of some sorts. These are the functionalities that we have in the game at the moment. So interactions, resources, crafting, building. Right now what I'm working on is another aspect of the game, which is building out and expanding your cloud, placing down other things. So what you saw beforehand with plotting the seed, that's going to be changed in the next update. It'll essentially snap. Yeah, it is pretty sweet. The Lord has definitely been blessing this project, man. It's been very nice. So right now we're just working on, like I said, the building. And I haven't done a building system before, so you guys can... Honestly, I would expect some iterations on this building, right? But right now, we're just trying to get that figured out. Sorry, I'm in a lack of words, but we're using an octo tree for this, and I'm just mentally updating myself with this. I don't know why this begin cursor over isn't working, or if it's working. I don't know how to get it to work. I don't know if I need to have like this enabled on the actor. Lame joke, I know. That was referring to your hotbar. Yeah. The hot bars, dude. I got hot bars and hot bars. Hover. Let's look at like actor, because I know there's like actor hover events that you can turn on your controller, which I believe I do have on my controller. Let's just go ahead and check that out really quick. Controllers, Cloudkin controller, enable click events. Enable touch events, mouse over events should be generated. So we have that set. I don't know why it's not working. If we go over here to the box, we obviously have these events here on begin cursor over. Maybe that's the wrong event that I'm looking for. Overlap, maybe the overlap event is really what that is, but event called when the mouse cursor is moved over this component and mouse over events are enabled in the player controller. Mouse over events is totally... Am I missing something here, guys? Let's try these. Let's try it on the static mesh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this, and actually I'm going to just do this, and then we're just doing some tests because I've never worked with these before. I don't know how they work. I'm trying to figure that out right now. So how's the family, Mike? How's the family been, man? We gotta make sure we're still on some game music, or else we'll be penalized. They'll penalize us. Alright, cool, we are. Diddy Kong Racing, dude, was a really good game. I need to find that. Actually, I want to look up how much that is. Diddy Kong Racing. Bro. I might have to go buy that. This was a really good game. I really enjoyed this game growing up. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's turn the visibility of this on. Visibility. Come on, you stinker. Visible. Let's turn that back on. And this is not supposed to put these plots. As you can see, the plots. Hovered, unhovered, unhovered, unhovered. So it does, the static mesh recognizes that. So why does not the box? It's visible, right? So what is it about the box? Let's check out the collisions. Family is good. My son is coming back from college. Woo! I'm excited for you. She is currently in 2nd grade. She's going to be moving into 3rd grade, but she's doing great, man. I was really concerned for a bit because she was having some difficulties with everything, math and English, but you know, the Lord has been really blessing us recently. She's been doing really good, I guess, with her tests. She's been really doing really good. Like, she's been missing like 1 on every test that she's been doing. So she's been doing great. I'm so excited for you, brother. Man, so is he graduating college, or is he just coming back for the summer? To spend the summer with you guys. Let's check out the collisions on this. Collision enabled, query and physics. Overlap all dynamics. I mean, it's an object type of cloud. So I guess we do custom. Let's try cloud. So it overlaps. Maybe we need to ignore all of these. And then block? No. World static. We want to keep... We don't really, because like the idea of these plots is we're just really concerned about... Let's look at this static mesh. Everything's on block. So I'm presuming that's the primary reason. Okay, so now it is working. So that's definitely what it was, guys. Cool, fun age, great to hear. That happens in early ages, but it shakes out over time. Yeah, thank the Lord it does, dude. I was so worried for her. You know, I just want her to have the best, and oh man, I'm praying to the Lord a lot about a lot of things recently, and I pray that He answers soon, because I've been trying to learn patience, because I feel like if God's making me wait, that's probably what He's trying to instill in me, is some patience. So I've been just trying to practice my patience with myself, with the Lord. As funny as with the Lord as it sounds, you know, it takes a lot for us humans to release that control, and not only release the control, but have the patience to release that, you know. And it's been beautiful, because it's done a lot for me in regards not only with my relationship with God, but with my relationship with team members, you know. I don't like to sound rude, but sometimes I feel like beforehand I'd have like a high expectation, and I'm not saying that I don't have a high expectation anymore, but you know, like I don't have this huge expectation that people need to fulfill. But right, even like learning patience for myself. I'm sorry guys, that came off a little rude, I feel like, but that's just how it is. So we're gonna set the visibility to true on this static mesh. And later on we'll do something a little bit more extravagant for this. Set visibility to off when we're not hovering. And this is gonna give us, I think, the effect of like, right? The only issue here is like it doesn't work as great as we'd like it to. But at least like, right? It's working. We're starting to see like a feedback loop here. Yeah, waiting makes you long for Him more, and as Psalm 16 says, in Him is the fullness of joy, and at His right hands are pleasure forevermore. Amen, brother. You're 100% right in saying that. Look, I can walk on these. That's a no-go. That's a no-go, but we'll fix that later. Yeah, man, I've been really trying my hardest to just have faith in the Lord. So we can't really depend on this here, guys. We need to really depend on... We need to create some type of event in... We need to create something in this manager grid that kind of does that. Not just, no, just for the summer? Okay, so... Well, at least that's like a good 3 solid months of you guys just having good bonding quality time.
Does it ever feel like you're a
I know you guys probably...
just speaking into the void? But with LinkedIn ads,
hopefully
you can know you're reaching the right decision makers.
You guys get to spend a lot of time, because I know like when I was that age, you know, you know how we were when that age. It was always like trying to hang out with friends and stuff like that. We don't appreciate family as much as we really should at a younger age. Some kids do, which is a blessing in of itself. But yeah, so we've built these things here. Got a little bit of an introduction into like on hovering events. But in regards to plots, now we know these are there. And they're sturdy too. Like when we're in that area, we're getting... So the real question here is when we construct the building plots, we get the building plots, an event graph. where are we, like, actually? So we get the building plots, we get the area. We were printing the name. Where were we printing that name? It's not even right here, you doofus. Come on, Raleigh. This could be funky later on, so when I return this, because that's going to be the one that we're currently in. We need to return, like a return this. And then return this actor in this. Actor and area. Then when we click, we'll have this end event logic. So we need to override event end held logic here. So if like we click, well, we have this item interaction, but it's really funky in regards to how we're setting things up. Let me go ahead and print this out, just so I know it's working. Like I said, I've never made a build system before, guys, so I'm like taking things step by step, and just kind of like testing things out in small increments. But yeah, if we go here, you'll see like when we're holding this area, it's plot 23, 15. We get the plot. Now it's about putting something at this plot. Eventually, I would like to add something that kind of showcases that being there. So we need to find some way to make it so like when we are hovering over that area, we need to check maybe not in the beginning. I'm heading to lunch. It was great to see you. Thank you for chatting with me. I'll catch you later. You know, enjoy your lunch, Mike. It was awesome talking to you again. I'm really happy we were able to fellowship and just even talk about the Bible a little bit. And I'm so happy that everything's going great with your family. I'm really praying that this summer is a great one for you and your family. Sorry, I'm using the word family again. That felt weird, but I really hope it's a great time for you guys to fellowship and to get closer together as a family. There we go. Third time's a charm. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, man. I hope you have a great lunch, and I look forward to seeing you again some other time in the future. All right. So we need to have some type of check that's like, because I really don't like this being attached to the tick event, but it kind of has to be. Likewise, brother. Later, skater. Later, skater. Later, alligator. So we have our put away. When it puts away, we probably want to set this to null. We got our current placement area. And it's funny, I have these interactions. I made interactions, but it's like the interactions, they're not, you know, doing exactly what I want them to do. They do this, but I can essentially do all this when I, you know, get the owner of the area, the owner of the actor, and then just call whatever I want on them. Remove inventory, and we use the item. This is on the Cloudkin. So when we use the item on the Cloudkin, right here, we place item in hand. Yeah, that's all confusing. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Current placement area. Oh, soupity sup. Anan, the man in the chat again. How's it going, Anan? Mr. Ford up in here. Mr. Ford. How's that business thing going with you and your buddy? I remember you were talking about that last time you jumped into the chat. Actually, a while back, if I remember correctly. It just came to mind. Bailed on the idea. No, dude, after all that work, I'm sorry, dude. That's stinky. Normally I'd say I'd jump in, but I honestly don't remember if you talked about the idea too much. So we used item, remove item, end held logic right here. Let's actually cast to VP held base, because I remember that this actually has an end held logic too. So on here on the, you can get rid of that, the base plot, the world base. Where? Held cloud. How long are you gonna stream? For a pretty long time today. Pretty long time today. Why? You got somewhere to be right now? I want to see if you can come back later and I'll be here to cheer and be like, yeah, you did the chat again, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford with the sword, who everyone's adore. Event and held logics. So when we end the held logic, we can just construct building plots. Construct, deconstruct building plots. So we construct these and then we add them to the octo tree. So now we have to, when we deconstruct them, we need to get the octo tree. We don't need that, and we need to get all objects. And then we're gonna pass in the world build. Oh, you got back from the gym, gotta hit the shower. Gotta hit the shower, man. Yeah, do your thing. Hit your shower, I'll be back. Unless you take like a 5-hour shower, you know, then we got something else we need to talk about, but I should be here. All right, so we're going to iterate through each object. We're going to because this makes it so we don't spawn these things again. We're going to return the object to pool. So we're going to do two things here. We're going to return the object to the pool, and then we're going to honestly, it doesn't make sense to like pull these out and update them all the time. Maybe we just, I think when we update the objects, it goes through each object and just updates their position maybe, and we could try that later. So for now, what we're gonna do, instead of just pulling them out of the octo tree, we're gonna keep them in the octo tree because we don't have to worry about grabbing them unless we're like looking for that actor. I don't think we're gonna get cluttered in any way. So we're just going to be returning these to the object pool so we don't have to spawn them again, because as it grows and grows and grows, we're gonna want to hold on to those objects. So what we're gonna want to do here is get this, and instead of constructing these, we're gonna want to deconstruct the building plots. But after we place all right, we're still on that. So we actually need to go into our interactions again and double check to make sure that we're okay. So we base that off the index, so that's good. It's not actor based. There's your grid. There's a Lord. So that's going to handle using that anyways. So the end logic here is going to be us using the item, or essentially placing the item that we want here. So what we need to do is we need to get the Nazareth pooling subsystem. We need to initialize an object. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get the current placement area. We're going to get the actor location, and we're going to be plugging that into here. This is also going to want us to split this struct for some weird reason. It just won't default it as 0. I think I need to write that in the code so that it can use that when we're not doing that. But regardless, we need to split that. And then for the actor class, let's promote this cloud class. We're going to compile, and for now we're going to use the VP_base world or world base. world build base. And what that's going to do is initialize this object. Once it outs, we're actually going to go ahead and get our... Where's our octo tree? G? Because we have to build this at that octo tree now. So in the group manager grid, build cloud object. So we're gonna have to get our class. Actor to build. That might change at some point. And we're gonna want to get our octo, or actually we don't want that. We want a build actor, and we want an object reference. And what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to get this here, and we're gonna add or update object. And honestly, I could switch this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this here. Sorry, base build, or here we're going to switch this to a build actor class, which I could have done at the bottom anyways. And we're going to shift things from the held cloud here. So we need to pass in that end. So we need to pass this in, and we need to pass in a vector plot spot. So when we go to use the held cloud, we'll just go ahead and copy this, and we're gonna just go in here, paste this. We don't have the cloud class, that's fine, we're gonna do this. I see there's some chats coming in, give me a second guys, and I will get to them ASAP. I just want to finish this really quick because we're gonna have to get a hold of this manager here. And what we're gonna want to do is we're not only gonna want to deconstruct the building plots, we're also going to want to come on, Stinky. I'm gonna put this down because we're gonna have to do build. Yo, what's up, absolute coward. Toggy. I don't know what it is, Raleigh, but something about you is very orange today. You mean red? You mean red? It's these little tiny baby muscle arms that are like stronger than you can imagine. They're like, yeah, they're baby muscle arms, but then I lift like boulders with them, and I'm like, yeah, tossing them like pebbles, like little baby pedals, because that's what they are to me, because of these big old small baby muscles. What's up, man? Sorry for the outrageous hello, but you know. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna be building this cloud class. We're gonna put, come on, don't be a stinky. Don't be a stinky. Dinky. Do. So we gotta set this to a build actor class reference. Change the variable. You have that citrus glow. Well, it's, you already know it's because I got the juice. I got the juice. The Lord gave me the juice. The Lord, He gave me the juice. Honestly, I think it's a little bit better to, instead of like get the placement area like that, let's go ahead and dismember this here. What we're going to do is we're going to get the actor location, and instead of storing a reference to an actor that has all this other stuff, we're just going to store reference to the spawn location. So then I can just grab this spawn location and throw that in there like a good old boy. Oh, I made him leave on it automatically. He's like, I don't like it when bro talks to me like that. Yeah, like even if I were to go like this and click, it's not gonna work because we need to actually go in here. Oh, access none trying to actor an area in new class. Funny actually, because they're like, oh, we're not doing the thing. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. It only did it once though. It only did it once, though. It only did it once. And it doesn't do it again. Oh, I guess it did that time, my friend. I don't know what happened the other time. Let's try placing down multiple. Boink. So doing multiple doesn't work. So you got like double click. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, we built out the plot. I know you're jealous, but it's not putting away the logic though. Yo, Anan is back. You would not believe how excited I am. Gonna go to Waffle House here in a couple weeks. Dude, I don't know how excited you are. You don't know how excited I am for you. The Waffle House is amazing. I love waffles. All right, waffles are amazing. Waffles are great. I love waffles. Waffles are basically pancakes with syrup traps, and you don't know. You really just don't know how important that is to me as a person, and I think you should really reconsider how important I see it as for you in your life. I'm gonna get the $8.25 grits plus toast plus egg. You're not even getting no waffles at the Waffle House. Oh, dude, I wish you're. Guy, my man out here, he's like going to the Waffle House, not even getting waffles. That is just absurd. I'm like gravely and deeply disappointed in you. I really am. I'm bothered. Rosie Bird. What game are you making for the jam? We're making a cloud catering game. You're the cloud caterer. Speaking of which, I'm going to make a quick little adjustment. We need to go and turn off the music from one of my favorite games as a kid, Donkey Kong Racing. Because it had Banjo-Kazooie in it and all the cool kids. But yeah, uno momento. I need to grab something. Sorry, just responding to a friend here, and I'm gonna download this here. I gotta download this here thing, and I don't want to hear nothing from anybody about the thing. Going to the gas station but not filling your car. That's exactly how it is, dude. I'm gonna go to the gas station and not fill up my car. I'm gonna go to the Waffle House and not buy a waffle. Do you know what that sounds like to me? Do you know what that sounds like? I gotta take a call really quick. All right, Dookie boys, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about the wait. Sure. So yeah, I mean, we're planting these down now. And it looks like it's putting it away, but you know, this is still running. And it's having a really hard time, none trying to read, da-da-da. And it's funny because this is spawning something. So where is it that it's having a hard time doing that? We're gonna, I guess we check if this is valid. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. If it is valid, then we're gonna want to go ahead and set this. Compile, save. Ba-na-na-na-na. We're not getting that issue anymore. I want to kind of have like build stuff around. Like I want to have, yeah, we'll have to do a lot of logic there, but let's see here. So it looks like this is running constantly still. So we need to, when we end the held logic, we need to put away, but this isn't being put away. It's not being put away, chat. Let's see. So what do we do to put it away? Do we call put away here? Put away. By the way, Kotagi, you gotta get, if you're gonna go to the Waffle House, dude, you can't just get the grits, man. You gotta get some waffles. If you don't, you're gonna upset me. Like really bad. So I kind of have to go like this every time. So it's not putting it in my hand every time I open up. Because the idea is that when we click play, we have our clouds. We just want to be able to click them anywhere. You have to double click. I'm slowly building up to the waffle is the point. Oh, so you're still gonna get the waffle? I like to hear that. The Waffle House. Yo, I'm also wearing a red tee. See, he gets it. It's not orange. It's not orange. I've only been twice. It's like how you don't kiss on the first date. Come on. Don't give me that. Don't give me that baloney stuff, bro. That is not a good. He's like, it's not how you don't kiss on the first date. You know, you got to set it up for the waffle. You can't just get the waffle the first time you go to the Waffle House. The waffle is why it's called the Waffle House, because they're supposed to have good waffles. Okay, so you can build in areas that... Whoa. If I just click anywhere, like if I click in here, it'll put it to the most closest. Looks like. Let's look. Okay. So the issue is that we want to, if it's not valid, we gotta set this to 0, right? Or okay, guys. So we are gonna have to promote this to like a variable. Yes. Actor and area. Dun dun na na dun dun na na dun dun na 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 na. My homie Katagi was trying to tell me something, but that's not how it's done. Yo, I was watching a little bit of your stream the other day, Kotagi. The airplane, the little guy flying around, that was sicky. Sicky cool. So if we're over here and it's not valid, now it's not going to place it. That's good to see. The Backrooms movie, you know, I haven't seen a trailer for it, and I haven't played the game, so I can't say I'm too excited about it, as disappointing as that may be. So if we end the held logic, right, we got to check if we even have a spawn actor in our hand. We got to say, is this bad boy even, is it valid? Do we have one? Right? If it's valid, then get actor location. We can plug this location in and use that. There's a lot of stuff we have to do here.
Oh, and I forgot. We're going to want to add some sounds, scores. The scores, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, dog. Yeah, no problem, man. You know how it be. I be checking it out here and there. I care. I be checking it out here and there because I care. Main music. So with this, we got to switch it out with the new one. The new one. This guy was just added. Let's put that in. Click play. So then let's just do the... I'd like to have like some stuff flowing by and other things. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Deal with animation layering. Not super easy. Yeah, well, in Godot, 100% ain't no easy in Godot. Then get the test built in. Or are you using Raylibs? I want to say it looked like Godot. So next step is like setting up like a green thing here. I want this to be constrained to an area around the character. I don't want someone to be like, oh, let's build over here. I want it to be constrained to an area and like a radius around the character. So we're going to have to do something that does that. That is particular to the character. What's the update on your internship? I finished my internship. The project didn't move forward. they didn't have money to invest in it because we were working on some pretty classified stuff I can't really talk about. But I can't say the project didn't move forward. But it's all right because I'm learning something new every day. I get to establish some connections with friends, so I'm extremely happy about my internship and like the opportunity I was given by a friend. That was very, very cool. So now we have that. So I think the biggest thing here is we have to do a couple of things. Let's go into our handy dandy, and I'm going to turn on some music because we're not listening to music right now. The handy dandy document. Handy dandy. Let's see here. We're going to exit out of that. We're going to go to this. We're going to drop that. Ooh, yeah. Place clouds in areas near them. Clouds and we ain't let the engine do the work. Where I'm from, we take whatever we got. Essentially, where I'm from, whatever allows me to do game design more than all the other stuff, that's important. That's important for me. And honestly, the game engine is supposed to do all the work. Come on. What are you gonna do? Jump into the computer and do it all yourself? Like, brr! Start doing it. Biggest problem I'm working on right now is track and playback on multiple animations, knowing when there are multiple animations playing, since our method of tracking these animations changes. That sounds like a very complex situation. If you're concerned about that, maybe you write up something that allows you to place events in an animation so you can track exactly where you're looking. Like, you can put events or put something there that indicates like, yeah, I've reached this point, do something. Or I've reached this point, check something. All right? It's a bummer the project didn't move forward, although it's good that you made new connections. Yeah, it's amazing that I made new connections. I got to learn a whole lot. I have a way better idea on how to handle documentations. I have a better idea of like professional workflow. Like, here, I've done this thing, give me some feedback, right? And that's very important, I think. So yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot in that internship. It stinks that I didn't get paid to do it, because I feel like I'm good enough to get paid. But at the end of the day, like, an internship is good because there's just some things that that you just need to know about, like professional communication. It's something I had to learn a lot about in that time. By the way, I think it's coming to a close though. Very exciting. Oh, so you think you're coming to a close on figuring out that thing? You're getting close. By the way, Claudia just introduced AI plugin that does basic stuff in Blender. We are cooked. Not too cooked, because people are always going to want some like form of humanity in the creations that they get. It'll be a selling point. Made 100% by a human.
Yes, buy that and use that.
It's like made in the US. That was a big thing for a long time. It's not really a big thing anymore. People are like, I don't wanna buy things from the US. Okay, I just had a brain fart, but yeah. So we got building working, but we need to work on like a dynamic situation where around the player, like I can't build anything. Can't reach this, or I can. And now it puts it away. So we need to make it so the putting away this does that. So we only call deconstruct here on the end held logic, but we realistically need to do this as well. So on the end held logic, we want to build, right? But realistically, we want to have put away handling the deconstruction of this. I feel like if Kotagi was a musician, he'd be a bassist, and he would make something funky like this bass right now. I'd be like, "Get it, Kotagi, get it!" And he'd be like, "Boom, boom, 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 boom." I feel kind of like the future will be compromised by people who do use AI but are just good at lying and pretending they don't. I think it'll be comprised of people who know how to work with the AI, because that's what it's really going to come down to. Like, AI is replacing essentially all the junior jobs, which is that boring boilerplate stuff, the boring boilerplate setup, which is what they'll be handling. So now when we put away, we deconstruct these things regardless. Deconstruct plots. Deconstruct plots. I'm just sad that I know I'm not doing this as well as I could, but if I sat there and worried about stuff like this all the time, nothing would ever get done, I feel like. So we gotta work as well as we can, my man. Compile. So now we won't get that issue where if like we go like this, sorry. Because right now we can walk on this regardless. We shouldn't be able to, but if I put this away, like we can't. If I use this, it goes away. The only issue we have right now is this. I can still walk on these, right? Like these should not be walkable. So I need to go into the world bit base plot and go into the collision here. And we ignore the pawn, which is interesting. So that tells me, I mean, we need this static mesh here. So we're just going to set this to ignore all, right? Like we're essentially not there. I think that should fix it. We'll see right now. Yep. So regardless of it now, we still can't walk on it, but at least the plots aren't there anymore. Have you seen the new game Pragmata? I have, and it looks good. I haven't been able to buy it. I can buy it though if you guys donate right now. Send me money. I literally am a bassist. I'm so happy I called that out. See, I told you I knew you too well. Praise the Lord, man. He allowed me to know my friend too well there in that situation. totally agree. The junior role is going to be extinct. It's already happening. Yeah. Well, I think the junior role is just going to shift into a role where they're handling something else that's below like a, you know, like essentially the people who, what's the best way to say this? The people who, I feel like for like the seniors are going to be focused on the more difficult tasks, while people who aren't seniors won't have to worry about that. Vote for me. 2036 and the senior role will also be extinct. He's gonna be like, everyone's on the same playing field. Besides my playing field, he's like, I'm the boss. And he plays his bass. I'm the boss. And then everyone's gonna be like, he's the boss. No, that's not what's gonna happen, Kentucky. But I will vote for you. How is it satanic? I want to know. So right now we need to, there's that confusion of not knowing where to place this. A single line. Yeah, I've heard of people just, that's all they use is AI now. It's pretty ridiculous. Just listen to the song. Just listen to the ding, 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 ding. All right, cool. So when they get this, it'll essentially be like a circle around them, or a box around them, I guess. Anything that's in that box. Oop, set actor location. Let's see this. Holding position. Yeah, well, this is about placing an item in the hand. You stinkers. You stinkers. If the agents go under maintenance, they just sit and wait. That's pretty comical. Is it even, should I even get a batch in computer science anymore? Because I'm thinking about pursuing that. Is it even... I could not describe it in detail without being vulgar. It's about how the developer's concept of fatherhood is very perverted. Really, I haven't played it. So I want to know what that perversion looks like. So one, placing in our hands again. This should already be like, so this right here, like I'm clicking, but if I click twice quickly, it'll work. We need to fix that, but before we fix that, let's go ahead and try to incorporate. You ever played Death Stranding? Yes, I have. Okay, so we need to now plug into this held cloud here. Because it's based off what you're holding. We're not, like if you have something in your hands to craft, like having it in your hands will allow you to place it down. Yeah, Death Stranding. You're just chilling. I'd literally have to see some like gameplay footage or play it myself, and then I'll tell you right off the bat, yeah, this is kind of perverted. It's kind of like some of those animes where it's like the kids and they're like, and it's like, I don't want to watch this. Weird. Like you gotta like skip through it, or you just gotta stop watching the anime. But yeah, we should only be able to build things if those things. So we need some rules. Well, we have rules. It is exactly those animes with the kids. Is that what it's like? Are you serious? Oh. Okay, let's see here. So on tick, we need to do something where one, we're figuring out where the character is, right? We're doing this, but then we also want to do something else, which is like we only want to get this in a certain radius. So this logic here has to be updated. All this right here. All this right here needs to. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? I go like this, and then one doesn't get ticked. There we go. So this needs to be worked out. This needs to. So we get all the building plots, right? But we only want to get building plots in a certain radius. And then on top of that, we only want to get those building plots in that certain radius in regards to what we can click and access. We don't want to access anything outside of a certain parameter. So one, we're going to have to use this, right? We get the mouse position from the Cloudkin, but we also are going to want to get Cloudkin or get, what is it, owner. This is going to return I believe this is the actor of that. We're going to cast to Cloudkin. Essentially the character that's holding the thing is valid. We're going to plop it into here. Hmm. It's exactly those animes, and then he left. He's exactly those ones. So as a Cloudkin, we're gonna want to get the Cloudkin's position. Get actor location. And we're going to want to take this location and extend on it. So we've done that before in here, where we make a box with origin. So we can go over here and honestly, let's think about this for a bit, because I don't need to necessarily do this all here. I could do this in the spawn manager and have this handle all that information. Essentially, in this manager grid, what we can do... Sorry, people are... Boop, 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 boop. Makes you want to play Death Stranding again. I heard... Well, my buddy loves that game. I tried playing it. I played it for a bit, and I got bored. I get bored of, like, open world games, however fun they may be. I mean, I never got to beat... what's it called? Ghost of Tsushima. I could never get to the end. I got bored. I was like, I can't beat the game unless I finish all the stuff, you know? Like, you want to finish all the stuff and get, like, the complete story. You want to get all the cool doodads and all the upgrades. So you're forced to go out and do these things, which isn't a bad design by any means. It's just, when it comes to me, I eventually get bored, and I'm like, hey, I need to do something else here, guys. So we're going to store the actor. So let's go ahead and store this actor location. We're going to promote this to the variable actor or player location. We're going to store this for later use. Then we are going to also, because we do need to constantly get an update on the world position, as well as the actor, the player location. Because depending on the player location, that's what's going to give us access to this. So we want to get building plots. But only in those areas. So maybe when we construct these building plots, we construct them, and then we essentially need to... So we have all the stuff here. Promote to variable, mouse position in world. So we got this. So we want to get building plots in the area. Get players position. Get mouse position. What's your... Have you played the second one, Kotagi? Because I haven't played the second one, but I've heard good things. And I feel kind of weird playing the second one because I haven't beat the first one. So I can't play the second one if I haven't beat the first one. But I haven't beat the first one because there's so much to do in the first one. I have to start from the beginning. Okay, so we've gone ahead. We've got the player position. We get the mouse position. After we've gotten all these things, the setup is complete. We can start figuring out the other aspects that we need. I think we got the... I don't even think we need this. I think we could go like that, though. I might be wrong in doing that, but regardless, we're going to use the player location. So the next aspects of these are going to be occurring in the manager guild, or the manager grid class. I need to figure out something here really quick. I think there is a discrepancy I have. Let's get the mouse position and plug that in here. Because, I mean, no, it's right on the player, the hand. Okay, so that's not an issue. But we could plug this in here. We need to make it so the only things inside this area are selectable. We need to visually express that as well as make it a mechanic too. So, we're still gonna have to do this because we do need to. I think I might get these though here like this. Boink. Nah. Do a sequence here. So this is like going to be the initial setup here. Position setup. So we get the position set up. So we'll get player position, get mouse position, in world. Comment all this out. though, first stage, is we do want to get building plots. I'm trying to figure out how to achieve this, ladies and gentlemen. I know this still works. But we don't want to return anything. I would like to have some shaking effect at some point. And I like this a little bit more because it makes it more involved. It's not like the players just like can just select it wherever. He has to like walk to that area and place it. So we'll build all the plots around the area, but we'll only activate the ones or make the ones around us activatable. And right now we're basing everything off of the collisions, right? So what we can do is turn off the collisions. And honestly, we don't even need this anymore. Because it still works just fine. I mean, if we look and we select, we're still placing them where we want to. So I guess what we need to do in this manager grid is
Granger
we need
knows
to
that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on
set
you
up,
every day. Your first call, an
not
office
on the
building
grid,
with a noisy
but I guess
AC
on the
unit.
plot, we do
Time
need the
to put your
static
experience to
mesh.
work.
And we
On-site,
need
your
to
meters
have
don't
like
lie. The
a
blower motor's failing. But Granger's
Let's turn the
easy-to-search
visibility
website
back
quickly
on for
helps you
this
find what
thing.
you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
So this visible. We'll make it visible for now. Let's go ahead and make some dynamic mesh here. Dynamic mesh. We'll add a dynamic mesh or dynamic material. Or we can look at events. Let's just print hello. So these guys did not even get woken up. I wonder if there's a way to begin play. I think that would be something in the in the polling system that we would have to work out. Let's go ahead and refresh. I would really like to get this building system finished today or tomorrow, so then I can when we create an actor, it's going to begin play anyways. So there's no point in dispatching a begin play. Right? But what I can do is go in here to the...
This is a current tech tee. I've seen this on Sal.
Goes so good with the
Aw,
corn on the
man.
pants. Throwing it with the pawn.
Why does it automatically put on like non? Now we got the boo-boo. We got the boo-boo! Okay, so it automatically, that's pretty cool. So we can dispatch the begin play over and over again. Right? And we can just check this and say is valid. There's some things we gotta do for this particular guy. I gotta look up how to create a dynamic material instance UE5. Let's see, post to.
Give me that now!
One day, you're gonna miss this.
Hello all. Today we will talk about dynamic material instances and how we can use them in Blueprint. Let's jump in. Let's start and search parameter. We're able to drag the, and let's change instance. Now once I've exposed parameters, so let's right click in our cache, pull off, and we'll pull off of the cube and the index into the index, and then we'll run this into the for each loop. So this will grab all the materials in the cube, use those existing materials as the source to create a dynamic material instance. And let's pull off here and say promote to variable because we want a more instance dynamic. So from single to dynamic, and the index created this use of the material of those materials. I will say, so I'll pull off here and I will say set vector
Parameter
value. Then I'll say set, I'll pull off here so I can get context sensitive results value. And I will be color, roughness, and metallic. So these all need to be the same names as the parameters we just created. So to review, and then we'll take that array of materials and in this variable drag some of and change this one to point materials, but creating dynamic material instances is super valuable. And
so essentially what I've done, but I need to make an actual material. That's annoying. It's not two-sided. We want to make a and emissive color. We don't really care about that. We want to make this translucent. Or what, masked? If we do that, I think it'll make the whole thing. You need to have like some bowl parameter. What is this? Switch? Is it a static switch? Okay. Because we want this to have this, or we want this to have
it's kind of a funny story.
a texture sample, texture
Mona was right.
sample.
It had to be an alpha. I found one on eBay. It just needed to be a bit more bellissima. Gave it a quick tune-up.
Anything.
Then I drilled down every winding road I could find. And
I just broke it.
Bumped into you.
Allora. Thousands of cars, millions of parts, all in one place. eBay. Things people love.
So what's going on?
Hey, it's Hector. I started
If
out
I do
helping
that.
customers in store, and now I'm an account manager for Best Buy Business. Everyone's looking for that oomph. You know, a laptop that's modern and light but doesn't skimp on performance. With me, I have the Samsung Galaxy Book 6 Pro. It's just built different. This thing right here is made to flex on your most demanding tasks without slowing down. Starting out with the tech. It's equipped with the Intel Core Ultra 7 Series 3 processor, a 5th gen NPU for all things AI. It's really designed to bring ideas to life, and that's the power of Samsung with Intel inside. Now check out this bold redesign. Super sleek with a slim hinge, like that it cuts down on the bulk. And the haptic trackpad is pretty cool. Has tactical feedback that gives me that
Ugh. I'll have to jump into like materials and stuff like that. Now I think that's good. We'll need some scalar value here. Opacity. Sorry, I need to convert to a parameter. I think if we do this, right? If it is transparent, we do that, but if it isn't, then we... So now when... Okay, so it does switch, which is cool. We'll set it off, or start off in transparent. Hey, Chase Lee, how's it going, bud? How you feeling today? So I think in this case we need to go to the static mesh and then set it to this new thing we got going on. I'm good, just finished work today. You on the bus, brother? This heightened the scope immensely. But it is what it is. If it's fun, it was worth. I have to add some formula on the cloud that let's actually go in there and make an update in the 3D assets cloud. No. Delete. Delete. No. What you working on now? Building. So we started like the implementation process. We can now build when we have a cloud in our hands, right? And I want to limit this to the reach of a player. At the moment, I can just click anywhere and you know, build a cloud, right? However, I want to limit that to the reach of the player, so that's currently what we're working on right now. We'll have to work on lighting and stuff later. So, with that being said, what we need to do, guys, is we're going to want to do something else. But for now, I got to add this to the, so cloud 1 by 1. So I need one more after that. This is going to be cloud 1 by 1. Bottom right corner, fluffy. Top right corner, fluffy. Bottom left corner, fluffy. Top right corner, fluffy. Top fluffy cloud, one by one. Bot corner, fluffy. Bot corner, bot fluffy. One by one. Left fluffy. And then cloud one by one. That's going to be right side fluffy. Left side fluffy. Bot side fluffy. Top side fluffy. These are all 3D.
Users spiked overnight, but your
I'll get to the comments in a section. Fluffy.
Auto-scaling
Yes,
keeps
sir.
performance steady. So even when demand surges,
Because they gotta be
you
fluffy.
break a sweat.
Let's go into our updates. Let's add an update here.
Post people don't have time to waste.
Page
They want
1,
to move their
4,
career forward.
29,
Post people don't
20,
have money to waste. They want a good
20,
education
26.
Are you a post person? Find out at
Models.
post.edu.
Added 8 models to the list. A separate list under, and we'll put this. We're gonna go ahead and copy this. We're gonna delete it. And then under this, we're gonna, because we are creating a cloud, we will need a cloud asset for every position. Then a cloud can be because we are creating a cloud, we will need a cloud asset for every position that the cloud can be in. Copy block. Come on, man. Where's that at, man? Copy block link update. Clouds in the, let's copy this now. Cotton candy? Maybe. I think of cotton candy when I think of clouds, but I think that's a universal feeling for some weird reason. Everyone's like, cotton candy! Yum, yum, yum. Love game dev. We do love game devin. Because I'll have to write some wave collapse function capability in here that essentially the cloud will know where the cloud is in the universal cloud or the big cloud. It'll know it's the micro cloud has got to know what its place is and everything. So with that being said, we need to work on this thing. The first idea is like only showing this when we're in the area. And realistically, we can do that by in the grid when we get the building plots. Right? This is gonna be hard, guys. Just nuke a town. John. I do not remember that verse. You should share it here for us all to strengthen ourselves as Christians. You know, the funny thing about like the whole, like that whole time and space before they, you know, it's kind of representative essentially from when they went to being apostles, disciples of Christ, to the apostles of Christ. So prior his death, before Pentecost, right? They were just these people that walked with God or Christ and learned more and was taught, right? He taught them prior to making them apostles, like the leaders of his church. And I feel like that's kind of a representative of us in the sense that God is constantly teaching us and leading us. Difficulty means nothing to you. It does. Yeah, like right now I need to figure out how to way to limit it to only the places around the player, and that's going to come with using the so we're going to have the one phase. Maybe we can use this twice. Because we have, like, right now the way this works is because I'm using an octo tree. The way the octo tree is, like, if you... It's dependent on location. Like, if I have an actor here, it'll tell me the actor's in there. Right? But I want to get... Let's say this is a player right here. And he's got this circle or this square. It doesn't matter around them. And then whatever cloud is in this square, the player can click on, right? These are the clouds that the character can build on. Realistically, he could build on all the clouds around the area, but he just needs to be in that area. With that being said, we have this issue where we have to use this octo tree to get these, and then we have to go into a microscale and say, okay, is it any of these ones that the player's hovering over? And essentially every other like plot you can't see. You can't see these plot. You can only see the ones that he's walking around. So the idea, your game, BRB. See you when you get back, bud. The funny part isn't that he was asking Jesus to make the Father do it or asking Jesus himself. John genuinely believed he himself could nuke that entire town. Jesus' favorite apostle, by the way. Talking about the book of Luke, chapter 9 or something. I have to look for the specific verse. Luke chapter 9. NLB. Sorry, NLT. Master, we saw someone using your name to cast out demons, but we told him to stop because he isn't in our group. Don't stop him. Anyone who's not against you is for you. Jesus is like, dude, he's using my name. Don't tell him to stop. I love that. He'll take nothing for your journey. If a town refused to welcome you, shake it dust from your feet. So they began their circuit of the village, preaching the good news and healing the sick. Amen. Good, I behead John, Herod said. So who is the man about whom I hear such stories? And he kept trying to see him. And I was thinking that's where it would be. Going to send to heaven, Jesus resolutely set out for Jerusalem. He sent messengers ahead to the Samaritan village to prepare his arrival, but the people of the village did not welcome Jesus because he was on his way to Jerusalem. They said to Jesus, Lord, should we call down fire from heaven to burn them up? But Jesus turned and rebuked them. So they went on to another village. So it was James and John. It wasn't just John. James. James too. But Jesus rebuked them. That's true, huh? So we shouldn't be wishing ill will on those who don't want to accept Christ, because if Jesus rebuked the apostles for wanting to call fire down from the heavens on them, what makes us think that he would not do the same to us? I appreciate that Bible verse. That is a very good Bible verse. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Brr, brr, brr. Okay, guys. So realistically, we can get the building plots, right? So what we need to do is check this. We need to well, let's note two things here. Obviously, them suggesting something like that didn't stop them from becoming apostles, right? Like, they still very much so became apostles. But Jesus still rebuked them. Obviously, it wasn't like a harsh rebuke. It wasn't like a, you're out of my kingdom. How dare you think that way? He just rebuked them. And I also like to note that instance where John was like, there's a guy casting out demons in your name, but we told him he's not a part of our group, so he can't do that. And Jesus said, You know, he who isn't against you is for you. So it's just like, there's people that you might not know in your church circle, but that does not mean that God is not using them. Right? So just because you got your church and your church circle and you got your buddies in your church and you know them well, doesn't mean that there's not somebody else doing other things in the name of God. And you just can't tell this guy over here is doing things in the name of God that he can't do it because he's not a part of your little group in your church clique.
To make the neighbors jealous.
That's what I'm reading.
Our best lineup is here.
I don't know. New Living Translation. I had a buddy who was very knowledgeable in the scriptures and always had very intuitive. He always had very intuitive insight on the scripture. And I saw that he read the New Living Translation, so that's what I started reading too.
We have flexible financing options to work with your budget and provide modern, energy-efficient solutions to help keep your energy
Modern
low.
solutions. With the apostles. So these actors in this area, we want to actually dynamically change. We want to probably set their transparency, or we probably want to it's too bad we can't get all the other actors that aren't a part of that. You know, I can't get a list of actors that are in this area and a list of other actors that aren't. Yeah, but I think you also need to get a greater understanding. I feel like, who knows, you might have a greater understanding than I on the subject, but I think you got to reference John in some of his later chapters, because you could see John here asking if we can rebuke or if we can send hellfire on these people, but then later on he says to love each other, little ones. You know, John becomes this very loving man. And Orthodox Christians are always trying to exclude every other Christian person out there. They're like, "Oh, you're not a Christian. You're not a Christian. You're not a brother." At least that's what it looks like from, you know, someone who's just watching and observing. So yeah, they are kind of like John, because they're just like, they're John in that sense, where they're like, he's not a part of our group, so we told him to stop it. We told him to stop it. Sorry, Lord, I shouldn't be making fun of my brothers and sisters in Christ. Well, they've spent a lot of time with Christ. You see how people are. Like, people always tend to take on, like, especially when you got to think about it. Christ was God in the flesh, right? So there's people out there that hang out with someone they look up to, and they start taking on aspects of that individual's personality into themselves. So imagine that, right? So yeah, I could see that being the case. Like, there was some shared personalities there because of the influence Christ had on their life. And I can see that in my own life with how Christ has influenced me. We're told to become more and more Christ-like every day. But yeah, this part's going to be a little difficult. So we need to pass in the player location here. And maybe even extend, like make the extent a thing. Right. But we don't want to get, this is not the actor. This is the actors that we can select. Backs. True. True. But you know. You know, at the end of the day, we're told to love one another as Christ loved us. Right? So we can get the bounds of an object. That's pretty cool. But I'm more so interested in getting something in here. Like, I'm just a little sad because I'm trying to figure out how to do any of this. No wonder why I like this. It's one of my favorite I should change these to that material. Do I need to set this static mesh? Because it feels like why isn't the set dynamic material working? Why isn't it working? And it's making me sad. Makes me want to scream and shout. Get on the toilet and let it all out. Let's Am I not? I bet you I'm not even. I am. Oh, if it is valid, if it's not valid, we want to create it. Derp. Derp. Okay. That didn't work. That didn't work. You know, and it... Why is it being so difficult? Optional name. Create dynamic material. So if the dynamic material is not valid, then we're going to make it. Oh, it makes a dynamic material. Is transparent. Set material to the dynamic material. Get material. So I guess what I want to do is we'll print this material name and then print this. I mean, yeah, it's material. So I don't know why it's not shifting. Especially when we have this bool. It's called is transparent. If I click this and apply it and then click play, what happens? Right? So it works. Like setting that works. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to influence it from here. And it's not working. Audio parameter control interface. Set bool. Bool. That's audio. Set vector parameter value. Parameter value. We have scalier, we have so we can set vectors, we can't set bools. That sounds a little fishy. How to set a bool parameter on a dynamic material. That sounds a little. Use a scalier parameter to simulate Boolean behavior. This is stinky, dude. Good luck, game devin friendo. You have a good one. Thank you so much for showing up, Kotagi. You have a good day, and I appreciate you bringing up the things. So, what? Set scalar prowler to false. I guess 0 is false. So, doesn't work. Does not work. Maybe I need to make the material that. Does not work. Nothing works. This default value, parameter name, switch param true. No. So they're saying I need a if node. Come on, you. So they're saying this is true. So I need to make a scalar value. Ridiculous. Just want to say that, guys. Just want to say that it's ridiculous. B. So if A is less than B, then it's gonna be transparent. We'll have to do something like this too, where we also can set the opacity. If A or that or then this. So now that should give me the capability, set transparent, do one. So let's go ahead and try that now. Save. I don't think it'll work, but it'll most likely work, but okay, cool. So that does do that. Let's change this to 0. Okay. So that does work. So we can influence this. Because the thing is later on I'll want to have like different forms of transparency, I think, to describe certain things. So that's going to be a little difficult to achieve, in the sense that I'm going to have to do something to do that. Plot. Lord have mercy on me. It's 127. There's nothing. Start game. So now we have this. At least we're not getting this this thing where we're seeing gaps. You know, when I'm hovering over something, I would like it to turn to 1, essentially. So awesome. Then in here, just test these colors out really quick, because I was like, I can just So that's what we're doing. So 0. We're gonna need a bowl. And we're gonna need this dynamic material, and we're gonna have to do this. So we're just gonna do this for now. Doink, doink, and then 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 doink, doink. And then we're gonna have to go in here and do a little bit of that, and then essentially, you know, depending on this, we'll have, if it's true, if it is transparent, we'll keep it at 0. If it isn't, if it's not transparent, then we'll change it to 1. All right. So now, 1, we have this plot, activate collision. And what we'll do is we'll have the bounds. So I think it has to do with like the actor's bounds. This here gives the actor bounds. So if we turn this to visible, well, we have visible for all of these, but it's not active. So when I'm in the area and I have a thing in my hand, I want it to for each through each one, and do this. And I also want it to this. So you got the player location. That could just be like huge, I guess. I don't know. Right now, none of those should be. Oh, we construct them. We construct where do we construct? Building, add or update object. But before we do this, we want to set visible game. We want it hidden. And we want to set collisions false. We want that to not have any collisions. So now we need to go into our L cloud held and do 500. And click play. let's print. Honestly, if they have no collisions, then we can't even get them. So that's an issue too. Right? We can't even get these guys. Ugh, it's a brain fart. It's one of those brain farts. Mm. Yeah, we're not even setting the emission. I want this to be quick, but I don't think it's going to be a quick thing, guys. I'm going to sleep now. Have a good night. Same to you, Chase. Thank you for stopping by, brother. Brother man. Lord have mercy. So when we go to do the thing, start game, our issue right now is just activating those things. And it's just like we have to have the collisions activated regardless. We can't not have the collisions activated. So not only do we do this, but we're going to have to set the transparency of these materials to 0, essentially. So we're going to set the opacity level here to 0. That's what we'll have to do. So let's go to held cloud, or where we're building these. We're going to cast to BP_world plot. And we are going to tell this guy plot. So we're going to have to make another one here. Set transparency. And then set opacity level. This is going to take in a float. Opacity. Float. And then we're going to get this dynamic material here. We're going to set scalar parameter value. I think this one is called opacity level. We're going to pass this in here. And then bang. So when we create this guy, we're going to set opacity level to 0. So that's it right there. Like this, drag out, and do that. It's not setting these guys opacity level to the opacity level we want. So I think what we're gonna have to do is set this automatically here. Let's see what that's even called in the parameters. It is called opacity level. So I think what's going on is an order of operations. And realistically, all we need to do in this case is, I guess, just call this and set that to 0. And I think that'll work. We'll find out. Excuse me. Why isn't that working? Opacity level. It is not working as I planned. In here, when we make the things, we're going to construct the building plots. We make the building plots. We cast them to that which what they are is a build base. But we don't really need to do that anymore because we've already done it when we bring them in. We set the opacity level to that. Then on begin play, we'll probably want to set the opacity level again. So when we click play or whatever it is, it's still the same way no matter what we do. Set scalar parameter. Maybe it's because this needs to go down. Manager grid. We do it on begin play, so it should do it regardless. I mean, if I click this and go like that, start game, and then do this, we're going to see that, right? The opacity level is set to 0. In the map build, we have this, the opacity level. So whatever, if this is transparent, right? Yeah, if this is transparent, it's going to be this. So this happened several times because why? Oh, because opacity level doesn't matter. If I set this to 0, it's still going to be transparent. This is confusing. So this should be if it's less than that, yeah, it should be this. And if it's anything other, then it should be 1. Okay. Regardless. Bum, 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 bum. I've already done all the things. It is transparent. Oh, it's probably because in here now I need to add this base. I need to add the space. Okay, cool. So now when we go through these, we're going to set, where we're gonna cast to BP underscore wolf whatever. And this is happening every tick. So this is upsetting me. Big time. .5. But what we should see is essentially, right, like the area that I can do this in. Let's do 250. We're going to play with this area. I don't know why we're getting this cloudy effect. Kind of annoys me, but yeah, now we got to work on removing that transparency whenever that occurs. So, you know, this is going to involve us also tracking what isn't in the building plots. Right? This is so janky, it's starting to upset me. I mean, it does it quite quickly, right? Because it is, we are using an octo path, right? But we want this to shift when we're moving and update all those materials in it to do the thing. What if we get our building plot, right? Get nearby building plots. And then we have a far away building plots. Essentially, these building plots, it's going to work a little different here. We're not going to need all this stuff. We're going to return so we can get all objects of a class, right? We can get the BP underscore world building, whatever, world build base plot. We can get all these bad boys and essentially say, and later on we can actually do that too, because like with the other building, the other aspect of building, but with all these we need to get all building plots. And we need to return this output. And essentially what we have to do here is we have to, I want to say, so once this is completed, we're going to reroute here. we're gonna get all building plots. And honestly, I don't know why this isn't a pure, or why this isn't a pure, because we're just getting these things. We're not changing anything. Regardless, we need to let's just do this. Handle this is so funky. I have to talk to Steve about this. He'll probably do the laugh. The chuckle. The this, I don't know if you should do it like this. So we have our objects, and we got to remove, or I guess remove items, right? Remove. This is set. Ooh. This is an array. If we remove an item, we're going to want to iterate through essentially each one of these and remove it through this again. So we're going to get all building plots, and let's promote this to a local variable, nearby building plots. Tag this in here and then tag that in there. Then we're going to want to also, I guess what we'll do is this. Promote this to the local variable. Far off building plots. Or, yeah. And what's going to make this the far off building plot is that while we're iterating through this, right, hear me out here, guys. Hear me out here. This does not feel right to me. This does not feel right. This feels wrong on so many levels. What we're going to do, our grand plan, is we're going to remove all these. We're going to remove all these from this. This object reference. This is just a build actor reference. Was this build actor? That's interesting. Get all nearby building plots. Let's go in this again. Build actor plots. Ah, that's why. Yeah, because we don't even need this. We want to do a BP. We don't even need this. We need to do BP underscore world building base plot. It sounded at the time, it sounded like we were doing the thing, but now that's not the case. So this is now returning an array of these. This is going to act funky. Let's just get rid of that. Let's re-promote this to a local variable. I hate doing this every single frame because it just seems nearby building plots, because we have to remove these. We have to change the transparency of the ones that we're not by. We have to. So what we do is we simply get all. We return all of these, right? This far off building plot. We get this. And we are going to reroute this over here just so it looks a little bit clean. We're going to remove, come on. Come on. Base plot. Build actor. For each. And then we're going to remove this here. I think. And then after we've completed this, we're going to take this here and do a for each on this and set opacity level to 0. So completely transparent, invisible. I don't know how this is going to work, but it does. So that's good. I'm not as sad anymore. So now we have this, and we need to reiterate building in again. So now we have to make it another check. This seems so weird. I mean, it works great. I gotta check the performance on this. But I guess we'll worry about that later on in another build when we got everything in. But yeah, I mean, it's working. You can only build in a radius around the character. Kind of want to turn this down. We have 2, 2. So let's make this, you know, we'll leave as is. We can always change that later. But for now, in this held cloud, again, I probably have to call this something else, but this one is literally for the cloud, so we're gonna have to make a base for the other one too. We might want to have some different effects, or we can just change some things in here that differentiate those effects when we're putting them in their hands. I don't know. I just know that I'm not really happy with this process, but it's working. At the moment, that's all that matters. So we handle the building plot visibility, right? Now that we've handled the building plot visibility, we want to handle, you know, this end logic here, which is, okay, what object am I selecting when I'm clicking? Clearly, if I were to go into the grid and we were to get all building plots, get nearby building plots, build cloud object, what we would do is, realistically, we would get this one again. And, well, no. Get building plot. It's basically the same thing. So, you know what, let's, because this is going to be the same signature. We're just going to get building plot. And essentially the same thing. Build base plot. But instead of returning this, we'll do this. And then we will just return. We'll get rid of this return node here, plug this in, and then bada boom, bada bang. When we come in here, we can do something like this. And essentially, if it is valid, right? We're going to call this reroute get building plots. Or I guess not saying signature parameters. I don't know. I quite frankly don't care. Right now my brain is like trying its best not to overload itself. So let's go ahead and split this struct. Let's do 25, 25, 25, and we're looking for the plots. So now, on top of figuring out the transparency of these guys, so this is the big issue here, is that I'm doing all this stuff in one thing. Like we have this. Oh, hey, this all works. This is all great and dandy. Now we want to place a plot. Like when we hover over it, we want that plot to turn like the color that represents that tint. We'll change it to tint later once we get a texture. But for now, gosh, Lord have mercy. I mean, it works doing this. And let's go ahead and actually do this. And then if it is valid, we're going to do this. And then we'll print string. Now, funny enough, this is going to return, I believe, all the plots regardless. So I can come over here. Oh, it's not giving us nothing. Ugh. We're not getting anything, guys. We are not getting nothing. Nothing. Mouse position, world. We're definitely getting that. Plot. All these collisions. Let's just look at the start game. Let's bang out of there. And I mean, are we even constructing? We are. It's because we set the actor hidden in game. So that's interesting. The actor is hidden in game. Where do we set that again? It's the beginning of this. No, we don't. I think we just automatically have that set to that. Let's look at construction, construct, in the grid, construct, building plots. Yeah, we're not setting them visible. I mean, that is true. Because if they're talking, they're not hidden in game. Actor is not hidden in game. None of these guys are hidden. Let's go ahead and just for sanity purposes, let's go into building plot and see if that's even running. Struct, Curie Brown, and breakpoint. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's unknown. Hmm. When we're in build mode, we should do something else, I think. I think we should adjust this to something else. But right now, in the held cloud, we're doing all this cool stuff, right? We handle this, we do this, we get this, spawn actor, we don't have the name. Spawning actor. Get build. Actor and area. Oh, that could be it right there. The fact I didn't plug that in. So, that does work. I think this logic is going to have to be held to some other type of standard where we're doing that, like when we're a box collision, building check. So essentially something that we'll check. And do those checks for us. Let's do custom here. Let's ignore basically everything besides the clouds. and we get a hit, are these clouds here. Let's see the collision, because this is, we have this as a cloud. This is going to be private too. We're going to set this to true. So we're going to plug that in. And then depending on this, we'll have to do some logic to test. Essentially, like, yeah, if you're nearby the character, set the opacity level to, if you're nearby the player, set it to 5. If not, set it to 0. I could do a distance check on this, but that's a lot to do every frame, so better to just do a collision. So, I mean, we should be able to get the same amount. Like, what is this? What is the extent of this? I did like 150. 150. Do like 200. But I gotta get out of here soon. So what we want to do now is in the box, we want to do a overlap event. Begin overlap, set nearby player. If overlap component equals let's get the other actor. Cloudkin really quick. We're gonna cast the Cloudkin. We're gonna get component by class. What does the cloud have? The Cloudkin. Does he have a box? No, he doesn't. He does, but he only has one. So we can get the box collision. And essentially, if this equals this, we will set this to true. And we'll set to nearby. On component end overlap, we're just going to set this to false. Or I guess, meh. It would just be the Cloudkin, wouldn't it? No, it'd be the component. That's true. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to try... I'm only doing this because this should be something that occurs without this, the help of this. And it doesn't. I gotta go, guys. I gotta bounce. I gotta go grab the children. But with that being said, I'm going to leave this out on a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for all my friends showing up, saying hi. Thank you for the viewers who are lurking right now, just hanging out in the background. I pray that everyone in here has an amazing day and that we'll have some more time to stream tomorrow. In the name of the Lord Christ of Nazareth. Amen. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe. Even hit that notification bell so you can stay up to date to when I'm streaming. I've been trying to stream a lot more often, a lot of game development. Right now we're working on a portfolio project via Game Jam. It's called a Portfolio Jam. So if you're interested to see where this project goes, make sure to tune in to the streams because we'll be working on that. And then maybe when we're finished, we'll make a video out of it. But until then, I'll see you next time. God bless. Goodbye.